It's time. Let's just jump into it and see what happens. Begin the game. And I think it might give us the intro again. It did last time.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Yeah, so we can skip this. There we go. Weebatome! How's it going, Weebatome? Great to see you. No, actually, you have not... Well, as far as Stanley is concerned, Weebatome, you made it just in time. You haven't missed anything. So we've been going through the door that says new content.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Actually, we're not going to the meeting room anymore. We're going right to the new stuff. Oh, that would be a funny one to see too, Alex. I love how it's so bright and in your face now. Before, it just said that. It was just the door. And it was closed, I think, earlier, but now it's this. They're like making sure.
You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Well, really? That's true. Yeah, the first time we got into the new content, it was just like a little circle of light you could stand in and like jump. And as soon as you left the circle, you couldn't jump anymore. It's like they gave you a new feature of jumping and that was it. It's pretty funny, actually.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
What the heck?
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever...
Why is it all dark?
The Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh, it's a sequel. Did I get 2 games for 1? What just happened? The end is never the end.
Isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Testing 2 printers at the same time. That's so funny. I love it. I mean, really, DLC could be the same thing as a new game. Just depends on what content they put in there, right? They snuck in the real sequel. And Blitz. There's no, like, yes or no answer to that question. I would say a girl having mainly just guy friends doesn't necessarily mean a good thing or a bad thing, right? Depending on how you're thinking about this, right? Or if you're wondering, oh, is she, like, with a bunch of these guys? That's up to her and how she lives her life, but it doesn't necessarily mean she is or isn't, you know? I have a lot of female friends, which are some of the most awesome people I know. And growing up in high school and college, they hung out with me and mostly a bunch of my guy friends, you know? And it was great, you know? They were awesome people. They are awesome people. So I wouldn't say it means something bad. Not at all. Investor Showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Taste the sequel. That's great. I can't get a soda. I love the artwork for all these posters, though. This is great. What is that? Photos off painting K? Not sure what that means. Yeah, what the heck does sequel taste like? This one would probably taste like an office. Maybe coffee? Coffee flavored? Off painting D. Okay, it's a different one. It's weird, though. Every painting is like a monitor with like a screenshot, and they didn't even go full screen with it. Just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try. Just the 2 of us. Isn't that, who wrote that song originally? I think, was it Will Smith did like a cover? I forget who did the original. Maybe he did the original, but I thought there was another one. More TSP, the Stanley Parable. Better TSP. Win-win. Sequential mind share. This is all a bunch of like management speak, which is completely useless. Paradigm shift. Synergy. Brick and mortar approach. The color red. Leverage. Holistic value. Oh, I love it. However, I will say those words are not useless. If you need to impress a manager or you're having a meeting with managers, throw those words in there. They love it. They love it. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted, new hotness. Wait, what is that new hotness? Looks like an isometric game. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section. Aw, Blitz, thank you so much. I've heard that my voice can help put people to sleep, which I guess when streaming is a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how you look at it. Grover Washington and Bill Withers. Thank you, Jumi. Yeah, I could have sworn that was an older song, and then Will Smith kind of made a cover. Logo ideas. I wonder if we can recognize any of these from other stuff. Stanley Parable with like a Roman numeral 2 kind of reminds me of Resident Evil, how they always fit the number somewhere in the wording. Just a couple ferns. Oh, they mentioned earlier that that fern would be very important, but I forget why. Not sure what that means. So you use the right side of your brain, not the left?
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I mean, that's kind of true. And there's some science to it, of course, computer science, programming and stuff, but there's definitely a lot of just kind of happy magic that happens developing a game, coming up with the ideas, making something actually fun, I think. That drawing looks like something I would do in Galactic Phone. And I love this. Who took the red marker? And then in red, me. Ooh, 2 narrators, Weebatome. Wouldn't that be cool? Oh, that's kind of clever. It's like Left 4 Dead. Have you noticed that when it says Left 4 Dead, the zombie hand is actually holding up a 4? I always thought that was clever. What a weird office. The way to the show floor. Go this way? No. New features. Gosh, this place looks so fancy. New content? Can we get on the bus? No. This looks like we're going into a club. Oh, did I miss a board? I really love Left 4 Dead Blitz. Haven't played it recently. And have you guys played Back 4 Blood? Oh yeah, there was one over here. Back 4 Blood looked like it was going to be a nice sequel, sort of. Pseudo-sequel to Left 4 Dead. I heard it didn't turn out that great. Sequels are good. Portal 2, great. Half-Life 2, great. Batman Arkham City, great. Divinity Original Sin 2, first game I ever streamed. That game was amazing. Doom 2, great. Doom 2 felt like an expansion pack. Doom 2 didn't really feel like a sequel to Doom. It was essentially the same game with 1 new gun, like 3 new enemies. All the levels were new, but there wasn't a whole lot extra. Aladdin 2 Return of Jafar. Never played that one. Never played that. I loved Aladdin on the Sega Genesis. Dark Souls 2. Never played that either. But I think Dark Souls 2 is like most people's least favorite Dark Souls. What would you guys think about me streaming Dark Souls? They're a little bit long games for me, but I don't know when else I'm going to get time to play them. They're just such big games. And after beating Elden Ring, I definitely want to play through them. I know they're not nearly as long as Elden Ring, but they're probably 40, 50-hour games each. Whoa! Look at this room.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
This is crazy. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Is it going to try to dox me? Say my real name? hear your name in the game. I'm scared to do it.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
That's the joke, you think? Oh, wait, that it's going to dox you? So everyone's afraid to do it, but it doesn't actually do that, right, Alex? Should I mute the game before I try this out? My surname is not Kadia, no. First name is actually John, though. I've never tried Sekiro. No, as far as those type of games, I've only played, I beat Bloodborne, the original Demon Souls on PS3, and Elden Ring. So practically everything besides Dark Souls. Okay, good. Let's see what this does.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
What if my name was
But
Jim?
of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim
That'd be
to
funny.
really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath,
Close
clear
enough.
your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as
Jim Cadia.
falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Aw,
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
sounds like it sucks to be
If
Jim.
so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
It hit
This is
even
so
harder the
ridiculous.
second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I don't know why they think that was going to be so impressive. I love it. You know, have you guys ever played Black and White? It was an old PC game. Well, I say old. It was like early 2000s, not super, super old. But it was like a strategy game where you got to be God. You had this hand that would move around. Oh, we should do it again. And because he told us to stop, right?
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Hey, it's phasing through the ground. I'm taking that away from you. But yeah, in that Black and White game, you got to control like this hand, and it would just kind of float around, and you could grab things and pet your. You had this like big creature that was like your avatar in the game. It was really neat, very unique kind of game. But in the background, the game would whenever, and I didn't know what was going on. Whenever one of your little like followers died, little people in your game, this voice would go, and I'm playing this game and I kind of hear a whispering going on, but I don't know what the hell it means. And I eventually figure out every time somebody dies, it does that. But then I could have sworn, I forget if it was the first one or second one, it could actually look at like your, some Microsoft thing you had installed on your computer, find out what your name is. And mine would go like, John. And I was like, what the hell was that? I don't like that.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
There you go. The hell? These are all normal 2s except for this one. That one's printed out. Dead. And it had the bestest box. It opened on both sides. Oh, you mean the old PC box, Jimmy? Because I had like a black side and a white side, right?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
I don't want to see that till the very end. This place is massive. I don't know if you can get black and white on modern computers. I don't think anybody sells it. Settings, World Champion, Infinite Hole, free achievement. Check out this one right here. Settings world champion. Oh, I can't go in there. Well, never mind. I don't want to go in there anyway. Right, Phantasma? Best job ever. Well, for some people. Yeah, I actually have the old discs too. I'm not sure if they work in Windows 10 very easily.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
I did.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Oh, that's so sad. I don't even get more jumps. Let's see. Free new easy achievement. It just works. I can't believe it's that simple. Do you guys like getting... That's a creepily realistic looking picture. Do you guys like getting achievements, trophies, whatever system you're using? Do you care about that kind of thing? I personally don't really. I don't go out of my way to try to get achievements, but there's a lot of games out there, and this kind of blows my mind. Some people are so hardcore about collecting achievements, they will actually buy these cheap games that you can play for like 5 minutes and earn a bunch of achievements, and then you're done with it. So they'll spend like $1 or $5 just to get a cheap game just for achievements. So get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your achievement, no more steps. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I actually didn't know there was a broken achievement. I forgot about that. All right, let's try it.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken.
Oh.
I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
What's broken about this? Come on. Ah, screw it. Yeah, that might be it, Weebatome. Yeah, similar. Probably gets like some games that are just about earning the achievements, and that's it. Part of it is I never even look at the achievements, so it's kind of cool when they pop up. I think that's fun, but I never like look at them and then go try to earn them.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
But I guess it depends on how many games I have in my backlog that I want to play right away. Usually when I beat a game, I'd rather just move on to something new, but if I'm not in the mood for anything else, I might play it a little bit longer. Oh, this is the infinite hole, isn't it? More hole, space, science, infinity, falling. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of.
Oh,
it's
dear.
never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Kind of reminds me of Portal, where if you put a portal on the ceiling and a portal on the floor, when you fall through it, you just keep falling and falling and falling. That was so much fun when I first did that. Well, I mean, of course we have to try it out. You'd think this would break the game and I'm going to have to restart. But let's try it out anyway. Whoa!
You see, isn't it wonderful?
How
One
small
of
is
my
that
more
gonna get?
ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
No, we have to keep falling.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
It's still getting
Maybe
smaller.
do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I love that falling sound effect that keeps getting deeper, but then it has to reset at some
Stanley,
point.
I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Oh no.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity.
I think there's only one
From
definition.
one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Oh!
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
It's really deep.
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I love this little saying. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. It's not wrong. And there's a meeting notice here for 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Stanley Parable 2. Okay, we should probably do that. He might say something more. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Of course we're going to fall again.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Oh.
Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you?
Yeah,
this
that was
time?
way shorter.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Oh, absolutely, Alex. I like that analogy. What's great is, yeah, you can tell just by the size of the speck of light, it's way more shallow than it was before. Like probably half as deep. Yeah, let's do it again.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Oh!
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Eventually there's going to be no hole.
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something.
That's interesting.
Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Now even he wants to know.
Well, there it is.
Oh, wow.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
We have to jump in there.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do. Hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I just love how he responds. How is this still appealing to you? Oh, that was great. I can't teleport.
Is the teleport button not working?
No.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
No?
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole.
Oh, no.
And now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else.
It's
Take
just
care,
gonna
Stanley.
leave us
I
here?
hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Oh no. Geez, still not working. That's funny. This might be one of the endings. Why is it getting creepy? That's some weird music. Even Georgie's upset. He just came in here growling. What's up, Georgie? Oh, it's going back down. Okay, I was about to like reset. Something's happening. Monkey! How's it going, Monkey? Long time no see. How you doing, dude? Sounds like you're talking about Tony Hawk. I like this music. What the heck? I like how it realistically gets darker and darker and darker. Change your perspective. Oh! We're so excited. Oh, Tetris. That's Tetris, Monkey. That's right. Whoa, too close. It changes the music. What is this? How many different songs do they have? Speaking of Tetris, Monkey, this sounds like one of the songs in Tetris Effect. Boy, what did that do? Oh, it's like a filter kind of thing. Oh, purple's nice. So's blue. Change yourself? Whoa! That's pretty cool. True Assailant! How's it going? This is the new Half-Life. Whoa! Look at the size of that head. Oh dear God. It's like a claymation monster. These are great.
Stanley?
It's all the same character.
Stanley?
Hey, he's back.
Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of
No.
it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
It's torture.
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Toodlepip? Just as we were kind of losing our mind, he came back just to mess with us. Oh, I think we're about to go down again. We love our whole... Okay, that was the end of that ending. Oh, it starts us here. That's really handy. I was scared I was going to have to go through all of that stuff to get back there. What you been up to, Monkey? What's new, dude?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Merch. I saw the new content. Most of this is like posters and things we've seen before. Reassurance bucket? I don't think we've seen that one before. Yeah, it's kind of an ending, but at least it brings you back to this halfway point.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of
Those the
reckless
dogs.
despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Thought I unmuted my mic. My bad. I was gonna say today's trash day, so everyone's taking out the trash. And I think Georgie's just barking at them. Hi, buddy. Go get your mama. Get her. Get your mama. Beep, beep, beep. He has to back up. Oh, Georgie. Oh, here we go. That's how they keep you playing, monkey. That's how they keep you playing. But that's totally true, John, as I mute myself. I love it. The idea of this bucket, though. That's so funny. It's like, we could fix a whole bunch of problems, or we can give you this bucket so you can feel better about the problems. Uh-oh.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Just slightly.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
We get to keep the bucket, right? Yeah, Arbo, I need that bucket. How's it going, Arbo? Sorry, I was muted earlier when you dropped in. What's new, dude? Oh, man, the odds are in your favor both times, monkey. So really, you're having great luck at that 20%.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Office decorations, mostly infinite hole, up this way.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
See, I can't go through that door. Oh, here we go. I like the Get Well Someday. It's kind of helpful, but also kind of a jerk.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Yep.
Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Oh, that's cute. Whoa, they all changed. Oh, that's cool.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
I don't know about this being the best bucket, though. Those buckets you could play with in, like, Skyrim, where you just take a bucket and put it over the enemy's head, and then you can steal all their stuff and they have no idea. That was pretty impressive. Okay, that's the easy achievement. That's the infinite hole. I want to be sure we've checked everything out. I don't think I've been up here. Collectibles. You're just having completely random luck in that game, monkey. Collect them all. Can you find them? Can you find them? Whoa, that looks cool.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Hey, there's a collectible. I don't know why this reminds me of Fallout a little bit when you're collecting those little Pip-Boy bobbleheads. The little guy looks so disappointed. All right, we gotta find 5 more of them.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Oh, this is cool. We got a whole map of everything. We wouldn't want to upset the narrator now, would we? So that's the exit. I don't think we're ready to exit yet. I think there's a few more things to do here. I think we want to go up those stairs again. Ah, it's going to be tough to get, Monkey. Now, does that game let you pay for better chance to get these things, or can you only do it naturally through playing the game? That's new. Wait. I think I came from here before, didn't I? Yeah, that's the epilogue. Okay. We've seen that before. Actually, maybe I've done everything. Let me double check the map. It wouldn't let me go here before. Yeah, that door's still closed. Oh, only through hunting monkey? Well, at least it's not like a ploy to get you to spend money. That's kind of a good thing. Did I already see all this stuff? Ray traced, but more of the same in a good way. Red is the new orange. Oh, the baby is all grown up. Oh, that's so funny based on that baby thing from the first game, and he's going to bankruptcy. Oh, wait, it says please no screenshots. You know I'm taking a screenshot of that, right? Sounds like my cell phone's going off. Is it the screen that's doing it? We're taking a screenshot. Actually, let's take a screenshot of the no screenshot screen. Yeah, you just got to try it, right? Just to see if it can detect you're taking a screenshot. Okay, I think we've done everything. That's where we came from. So I think we want to go to the exit. I think I saw the sign back over here. Yeah, it's this way. I don't know if I can find any more Blitz. They're probably around, but I don't remember seeing any, and I've already gone everywhere. There might be more this way.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Oh, that's kind of a cool poster. It's like the office is inside of his silhouette. That's neat. So you can spend money for cosmetics, but that's not what you're trying to get, right? Oh, look at this auditorium. This doesn't look like an exit.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
Especially if your name's
I'll arrange
Jim.
these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay.
This looks like a
Are you ready?
planetarium.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Boom. That's it? What was that noise?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
There's all the other
Hold on.
collectibles.
Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is
Sure,
much
Monkey, yeah.
better.
I'm curious
I
how it
feel
works.
good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Oh god, it's getting worse.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Like the jump
With
button.
respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Who was gonna... It's like starting the game over again. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, before we do that, what's in the settings of this fake game? Oh, it's like all legitimate settings. Okay. How about credits? What if we look at the credits of this new game? Oh, that's all legit too. Okay. Let's begin Stanley Parable 2, guys. That's so clever. I love it.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, don't skip this one, Alex? Okay.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Balloons!
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
So far, pretty similar.
This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
That seems pretty legit,
And then
Monkey,
one day,
I think.
something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
Who's this niece?
Never in all his years at the company
Step-niece.
had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So far, I only noticed the balloons different. But yeah, Monkey, that seems like most games where, like, if you play like an MMO or something, to get the best gear, you have to be up to the latest DLC. So you might have to buy an expansion or something.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
It looks like you can still do some of the random endings, I guess. I wonder if this is any different in Stanley Parable 2.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure.
Okay,
and
this
its
was the same.
examina-
All right. So I want to begin again. I don't want to go through that ending again. I just had to try it to see if it was any different.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up.
The bucket?
Why was he not doing it?
Wait. My bucket back here? Did I miss it? Oh, yeah, right here.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
I mean, why not? I mean, that makes sense. It's just more game, but you can't get the best stuff unless you have all of the game, right? That would suck to get that 6% item and it's not useful to you. That just means you're too powerful.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's follow the main path.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
You can go in here with the bucket?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
We put our bucket down?
I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons.
We could tell.
But even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never.
Holy cow.
Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point.
I've only known him for like 5
minutes. Share
minutes.
your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Oh, it's the same item, Monkey? Oh, that's weird that they have the item in 2 separate spots with different drop rates.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled.
Oh, you can't see it.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet,
Property of
with
Stanley.
all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
And coffee. How's it going, coffee? I will be having some coffee in probably about an hour.
All right,
So.
I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
What?
That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
Perfect.
There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
I love how he just goes into his hate of this broom closet, but
You know
brings our
what?
bucket into
I
it.
could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
They just make this bucket so important. Everything revolves around it. I love it. Could I have left the bucket? Probably.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
They could let you replay the entire game. Just do every ending with the bucket, and it'd be entertaining.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Oh, what was the
Even
code?
now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be
2485?
with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
There we go.
But Stanley
Forgot
guessed the
exact
correct
one.
code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
This is so funny. Oh yeah, might not want to spoil that, Alex.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
That's crazy, Monkey. Well, I hope that you get better odds, better luck in your future item gathering, because that sucks.
Stanley and the
to miss
bucket
those
walked
things.
straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
This one always feels like the main ending to the game. I don't know why. Just because you follow all the instructions.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Whoa. Can you fall off right there? Oh, crap. You absolutely can.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility,
I
he
didn't know about
tripped
that.
and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall.
I've never seen this ending.
Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so
Ooh.
bad down here, a bit cold perhaps.
Where the hell did we get this?
After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving
Oh, did it have to
bananas.
come here, Alex?
But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel
This
like
is
a home.
cute.
In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all.
Which we're still in.
He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
Oh no.
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible.
just happy being
Yet
with us.
Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
But. Oh, maybe it did end. Yep, it did end. Monkey, that sounds very complicated. Unfortunately, without playing the game, a lot of that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So now I want to take the bucket on all these adventures, just
Stanley
to see how it
lifted the
changes
bucket
it.
into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Let's do that one where we get crushed.
Stanley
Right before the
clutched the
office.
bucket tightly to his chest.
Oh, wait,
and
no, let's
entered
actually-
the door on his left.
Let's actually get out, if it lets us do that. Does it even let you do that, Alex? Or is that where that one
Still,
ends?
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
2845, I think. I was just asking, can I actually finish that, or do you have to fall into that gap with this ending?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Sheer luck.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah, I played a little bit of Monster Hunter World, but I didn't like how the multiplayer worked out. It seemed like a lot of the game was forced single player, and I was trying to play it all with Andy, so it was kind of tricky when we couldn't actually join up at some points in the game. Which was a lot of the beginning of the game, actually. We did
Stanley
eventually
and the bucket
get to
walked
join
straight
up.
ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
All right, we got this bucket. Let's get out of here.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
When I saw that chair,
What
I had to try
horrible
jumping
secret
out.
did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh, that's good to hear that they improved it, because yeah, it was kind of a pain in the butt in Monster Hunter World, which surprised me. I thought it was primarily a multiplayer game.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oh, now we can actually collect the collectibles? I'll have to look around more. Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention for those.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Feeble mind. Thanks.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
So for the...
They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
So for the good ending, you press off here. Hey, boy, we got the bucket. Our bucket's got this.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness.
How's it going, boy?
Was it over?
And then...
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin
Sneeze.
watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
That sounds terrible.
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together.
with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Oh no. Just when you think it's going to be a similar ending.
What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Oh. Oh
Even
no!
the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
That's all we need is the bucket,
To be trapped
really.
eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
No light.
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
It did not let us leave with that bucket. Oh, you just got an ad, monkey? And you were saying you have to be in the mission to see the monster for the first time in the world? And in Rise, if it's your first time hunting the monster, it plays before the hunt begins. As long as you could join other players right away. That's the problem the first game had. Oh, you're right. No. It looks like my internet's having some issues right now. I'm not sure what you guys can see or not see. Let's see here. I'm going to switch real quick and do an internet test. But it looks like my internet decided to do that thing it does from time to time where it just takes a dump. I'm going to chat because I think that's going to go through right now. See, it looks like my upload speed is completely tanking. Let me give it a minute and see if it recovers. I think we need a F emote. That's pretty much what's happening, Voiv. You have to assume, right? But yeah, when did it cut out? It just sent us back to the beginning when I saw your messages about buffering. Going to run a speed test now. Let's see what my speed test tells me. It's not going to be good, but it's useful to see how bad it really is. Sometimes I run the Google ones, sometimes I run some other ones. So speed test tells me I'm getting 0.69 Mbps upload. Nice. So that's definitely not enough for streaming. Sucks that it happened right at the very beginning. I mean, it probably happens more often than I even think in real life. I just don't notice it unless I'm streaming. It's like, I don't know. I don't really upload a whole lot. I guess if I was uploading videos to YouTube, I might notice it, but that doesn't even happen very often. So this is really the only time I ever run into this issue. Yeah, I want to give it a few more minutes and we'll see. yeah. That decimal point is very not nice. stay. So I'm going to stay online a bit longer and see if it clears up. It's a few weeks or so, it seems now. It will give it 5 chatting here. Then I'll stop the stream and monitor it a bit longer. And if it recovers, we can start back up. Way to destroy my Comcast. Some of you guys might get bits and pieces of what I'm saying out loud. I don't know if anyone can actually see this or hear this. I might be talking to myself in the ether. Let's see. We've been live for about 90 minutes. It's weird though. It's not jumping around a whole lot. Usually when I'm having these, I guess it just did right now, but usually it fluctuates going up really high and really low and medium and low again. Now it seems to be consistently around 2000 megabits per second or kilobits per second. We need it to be a steady 6 though for the stream to work properly. Oh, I see. Maybe 4 to 5 hours total. Yeah, I think about 4 or 5 hours for that ending. What if I do a Comcast speed test? I bet they're going to lie and tell me it's working great. Yeah, let's see what Comcast says. That'd be funny. Their internet thing's like, oh, it's working great. We don't know what you're talking about. I can't even get to the Comcast speed test thing. Oh, strange. I can't even load this site right now. Can you? Let me copy the link. Thought I would check Comcast's speed test to see if it would lie to, but it wasn't even loading. Oh, just loaded. Okay, let's see what theirs says. Of course, my upload speeds on this look way faster than the Google upload speeds. I wonder what or download speeds look faster. I wonder what the upload ones look like. And then I need to click show more. I want to see what the upload speed shows. No, it's fluctuating pretty badly there too. Okay. It's not just that other one. So now that it gave me that, they have an option to say expecting more. Oh, they don't really have anything that tells you like what you can do or can't do. Yeah, there's nothing this can really do to help me. Let me go back to the other speed test. Lame. So really, I'm just hanging out here, talking to myself, waiting for Comcast to fix their crap. Awesome. Although I feel like it's been a while since this happened. I need to chat more. Let's see. Are you guys getting any video at all? Or am I talking to the void? Let's see. I feel like it has been a while since this happened. Guess we've just been lucky. At one point, this was almost happening every, what was it, like once a week during a stream, but I think it has been a few months. Okay, you're getting, it sounds like you guys are getting little pieces here and there. I can kind of show you on here, see if it works when I switch my screen. You guys can see what this looks like. Right there. So that number needs, oops, hard to type with my left hand, needs to be a solid 6,000 consistently. There we go. But we're only getting about 2,000, then it drops down to 1,000. And Voiv, it seems like a lot of the time the network is failing for a while in my area before they have an unplanned downtime, and then everything is fine for a while. Yeah, it could definitely be something like that. It's just so hard to tell when it's going to happen and how long it's going to last. Back out of here. Yeah, I feel like the last few times this has happened, it has been very short. Only a few minutes and then back to normal for the rest of the night. But I have seen this issue last the entire day, but it has been a while since that happened. Okay, so now it looks like I'm getting 20,000 bits per second, kilobits per second. It's like way off of what it should be. It should be 6,000. Now it's like doing way too much. I'm going to try another speed test real quick just to see what it looks like. Yeah, what's funny is once it starts working, then you guys can actually hear me typing out what I'm saying, just so everyone gets the communication. Okay, the upload speed is doing a little bit better now. I'm getting like 20 megabits, 22 megabits. It's so strange though. It should, I don't, is it working good for you guys now, or is it real janky? Now, what I recommend you guys do, if you guys can even hear me right now, let's see, I'll type it out too. It might be working now. You may need to close out of the stream and reopen to fix any lag issues. And I'm going to show you what I see on my side. This doesn't look good either. As you can see, my upload speed, it's still red. It's kind of hard to tell with that color on the monitor, the way the camera picks it up, but it's red, which is bad. It should be green. But the number is 21,000. That's way too high. I have it set to only go at 6,000 kilobits per second. So hopefully it's all working for you okay. I'm not sure what's happening. Let me know if everything's good on you. It sounds like it's buttery smooth right now, Voiv. Yeah, how's it working for you as well, Alex? Back here. But yeah, you might want to try closing and reopening again and see if that fixes it. Okay, now it shows green again. I think we might be good. Yeah, Shut it down, bring it back up. I think we might be good. And it finally changed to green on my side. And if I do another speed test, let's see what that shows. Let's see. And you kind of want to have John do a Monster Hunting Rise on stream, Monster Hunting Rise, but you kind of want to join in because, John, you won't likely beat the low rank without help. It just takes time, Monkey. It just takes time. I'm sure people have beaten that game single player. Now it seems like it's working. No, Jada, we're not ending it right now. I was just having some weird Comcast internet issues, but I think it's resolved itself. So if you guys notice a lot of lag in the chat, try closing the stream and reopening it, and that should fix the issue. But I think we're back up now. What a pain. And it's working for you too, Monkey? Okay, good. I think we're good. I'll let Alex, if you're still there, if you can chime in, let me know how it's working. I think Void said it's working for him. So I think we might be good. God, what a pain. Right in the middle of the stream. But it wasn't out for too long. What was that, 5 minutes? 6 minutes? Something like that. And now I'm curious, how far do you have to go in the game until you roll credits? I'm guessing, can you just do it all in low rank, roll credits, and then high rank is kind of like New Game Plus, doing harder stuff? I'd be fine skipping that. Oh, have a good shower, Jada. I love showers. Showers are so nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be one of those games that's way longer than I'd hope for a game to be on stream, so I wouldn't worry about that too much. Let me swap back over here. All right, Alex, is working for you? I think we're all good. I think we're all good. I'll let everybody jump back in, do all that. What a pain. Okay, fingers crossed we don't run into that again. Although, if I remember in the past, every time that's happened and it resolved itself, we were good for the night. I just wish I knew what was causing it. Oh, you just finished your shower. Nice. Well, welcome back, Jada. I hope you had a good shower. Yeah, pretty much everybody. I'll put in chat too in case they don't see this. If you are having any further stream issues, go ahead and refresh the stream. That should fix things. So at the end of high rank, you get the credits. Okay. However, then you have to do master rank story. You can do that's crazy. That's a big game, but good. You're getting a lot of play out of it, aren't you, Monkey? All right. I think we are ready to continue. Sorry about the delay. I wish I had anything to do with it, but it's not me. It's Comcast. It is what it is. Let's resume. So we just finished that ending when we were down trying to escape, but the gate closed back up on us. So let's go ahead and grab our bucket and try to get out
All
of here.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps the confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
That's crazy. The only game I put that much time in recently, Monkey, was
Stanley
Elden
clung
Ring.
the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
I want to try to do this ending with the bucket, see if that changes anything. I kind of doubt it, but it's worth a shot. Oh! I fell off. Boy, to be clear, I do hold you responsible. Unfortunately, it's my only option. Like, the only other option I have here is Verizon. And Verizon's terrible around here. They don't have gigabit speeds. It's real slow internet. So at least I can get gigabit with cable. There we go.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
Oh.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein.
Dang.
Of sadness and regret,
That got
and the many
dark.
years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more,
There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
Yes,
What
it's
are
deep.
you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as
What the
payback for the
hell?
sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket!
You sound kind of like Gollum.
This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form.
Oh, no.
Transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Did we just fight the bucket?
My God, Stanley, you did it.
What the hell?
You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Nice voice. I like that. You just never know what you're going to get with this bucket. Okay, now knowing that, the bucket's kind of more scary, isn't it? Now, Monkey, you this is what I'm curious though. You sometimes complain about trying to get stuff in the game. You don't have to get this. I think you've gotten your enjoyment out of the game.
All
Only
of his
keep playing if you're
co-workers were
enjoying
gone.
yourself.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed. Warmth spread
Hey,
through Stanley's
Michael,
arms.
what's up,
With the
dude?
bucket in his arms again, he was home.
So you remember in the previous stream, as we went to all of our different random crazy endings, we're doing some similar things, but with this bucket. It changes everything. You'll see. Everything revolves around this bucket now. It's so funny. Oh, thank you so much for the lurk, Voive. I appreciate that, dude.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So this time, I think I'm going to take that escape route.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Wait, can I go in the bathroom with the bucket now? Nice freedom, Fluffy. I like it. I love random dad jokes. Recently, actually, my wife made some gluten-free, I think it's naan bread, however you say that. It was delicious. It was delicious. How you doing, Fluffy? Check this out. Here's the first collectible we found outside that intro section.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Oh, I love it. They have to keep expressly telling you there's no reason to get these. 2845? Is that right?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Oh, I didn't guess
Was it
it.
that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I also want to try the elevator ending, but I'll do that last or after this one. Do you actually need that stuff, Monkey? Or could you do it without it if you just, like, mastered the game? Kind of like, I need armor to beat Elden Ring. Some people can beat it in their underwear. And the weakest weapon.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door
So
that read,
we've done both endings
Mind
that way.
Control Facility.
Let's go down the escape route.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I do get that joke, Fluffy, but I've never actually watched
At this point, Stanley
SpongeBob.
and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Oh, they're timed. So you might not even be able to have enough damage output to even do it on time. That sucks. They might just make it physically impossible. You have a good quest there, Fluffy. Good luck. Down we go. I really loved this ending the first time I saw it. It's had some really cool twists
As the
and
machine
turns.
whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
It's not helping me at all.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Nope. Just kidding.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all
that's
buckets are
different.
radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
I'm not holding the bucket anymore. Welcome to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like the bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. Yeah, I feel that sometimes. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Jeez. Just a random chair in the corner.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short
Looks like he's
life?
going to heaven. I think that's what that's supposed to represent. Look at all these buckets. 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. Wait, 25? There's like 25 buckets in that image. There's like 250 buckets in that image. Doing better than me, monkey. But you got this. Whether you need to get a few new items or not, I fully believe you can do it. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Oh my gosh. And that kind of looks like one of those ancient, what is it, like Leonardo da Vinci kind of drawings? Inferno bucket. What? A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died. And yet, in spite of all of it, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. Oh, there's something over here too. The stress bucket analogy. You put all your worries, lack of reassurance, negative thinking in there. Vulnerable size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies are the holes. Rest and relaxation. Doing something you enjoy. More rest and relaxation. Presented without commentary. Oh, that's funny. This place is like so quiet, it's unnerving. Oh, a caveman drawing about the bucket. Cave drawing. While we know that the buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. We're going to allow you to use us. It's okay.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one.
I have a couple
It
buckets.
is man who should kneel before the bucket.
I got like 3 or 4 buckets. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between the bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. Am I supposed to jump and try to get it, or do I jump in that hole? I think you're supposed to jump in the hole. Oh, did I grab it?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Are you going to put us back in that trap? Oh yeah, there we go.
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together.
He's
the
gonna
bucket
get-
shall take its place as ruler.
He's
as
gonna get
leader,
killed with the
as
bucket.
commander of a new world, a new vision.
The bucket dies too. We're holding it. Oh, I love the lore of the bucket. It's so ridiculous.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
I wonder if the orders will ever actually like start popping back up again. Oh wait, I want to look for more of those collectibles, just in case. I've kind of run through a few of these areas pretty quick, and there might be one hidden. We do need the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly
Oh,
alone.
nice, Michael.
Not
I
with
love
the
Demon
bucket
Souls.
around.
I want to go back and play that. I might actually stream that game again. I'm not entirely sure. I've debated wanting to stream the whole Dark Souls series because I haven't beaten it yet. Okay, so I think... No, we still have to go downstairs.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
That's right.
chest and entered the door on his left.
That's the one thing I think might not be fun for a stream, is in those games, I definitely do a little bit of grinding just to get my level up and abilities. Oh, this has changed. Trust the completionist instinct. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from the agenda. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them all float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Oh, this is cool. Fig leaves are hard to find. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Bedroom? That's pretty cool. Thank you. Good luck. Happy face. Will it give you some really strong weapons, Monkey? Or does it give you a chance to get some really strong weapons? That's one thing I do love about the Souls games, is that if you work and kill a boss, you have a 100% chance of getting that drop. If you go to some obscure place and open something up, you have a 100% chance of getting that item. Mission status. Oh, this is cool. This is all different. Inside of a sequel exhibit, we got that one. Private but smelly place. Oh, so here's the hints. A large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. And nearby a fireplace. Oh, the only fireplace is in the boss's office, right? I could have sworn I got that. Maybe there's another one. These are cool. There will be a reward for finding them all. Oh, stop kidding yourselves. There will be cleaning of all this required, of this wall required. Oh, this is really cool. I like that. No figures in there. Okay, so this time we're going to go down.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Nope, we went down. Aha!
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
3.
This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I kind of like Figley, honestly.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
But it's all
He
similar.
looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
Oh no.
He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized,
Is it just a bucket
this
now?
isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
Where'd
Who
he go?
knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be?
No.
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket
Oh,
after
look at
the
all these
next.
buckets.
None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
Wait, ours has
He
stickers
had
on
to
it.
find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
What the hell?
It was incredibly painful.
Oh,
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
like actually inside of us. Physically.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But
She's
on
got
this
the bucket.
particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
I did. I thought I
Perhaps
did.
He didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place.
Aw.
How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work.
for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflip to work with the bucket. That's great. I love the twist on the endings with the bucket. Yeah, so Monkey, it's kind of similar to what I said earlier. It's you only have a chance to get the weapon. Even though you're not getting the weapon directly, you're getting an item.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So I still want to do the elevator and also the sneaking out of that room when you walk in. I love how this room changed. Different music and everything. Yeah, the real
Coming
the
to a
bucket
staircase,
is the friends who move
Stanley
along
and the
way.
bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Elevator's just past this, that's right. Wasn't there
Stepping into his manager's office,
fireplace around
Stanley
here?
was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Yeah, that's the fireplace.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
There might be a different fireplace they're talking about. Okay, so for this ending, we go down the elevator. Oh, I saw it right there. Oh, I totally missed it. Glad we're going back up. This is the first ending we got when we started streaming this game, this session. It was so funny. I'd never seen it before.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Oh, we're going to piss off the bucket, aren't we? I don't want to disappoint the bucket. Oh, wait, where is that thing? I thought it was like right over here. I could have sworn I saw that item we needed. It wants us to go press 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he began eagerly pressing the number 3 again and again.
How many times can you do this? I think that was probably it. But you get more out of it by going down the elevator and then back up, down the elevator, back up.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Oh, it's only when you go there the first time, Alex. That makes sense.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Yes. Yes, we should.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
We do want to do 8. Okay, I haven't gotten any reaction out of pressing 8 a few times, but you must have to do it like 5 or 10 times for it to do anything the first time. Unless it only works the first time you go in that room.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3,
Wait for him
stories
to
of his
finish.
dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind.
Couldn't care less.
Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Oh, that time it said 8. Was that it? Just to get 8? Oops, I didn't mean to get that. Okay, that's enough. Let's actually do what we're supposed to do here. I don't think I got an achievement, no. At least I didn't notice it. Maybe I got it before, because we did mess around with that and I didn't notice it. It just says
Stanley
8.
and the bucket were
So
so
random.
close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
I mean, sometimes people just aren't on the same wavelength when it comes to their interests, and that's okay. You can have your own thing. You don't have to try to... Whoa, that break. You don't have to try to force the bucket into your love of 3. But that's what we're going to try to do.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's.
I remember this.
And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Before, the game was making fun of us because we were doing the elevator so much that we were going to give a seminar on elevators or
For
storytelling.
months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Got to look around for any hidden Stanleys. What do they call them? Stanurines?
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
I love this. Now it's all 3. 3s everywhere.
There was no one here.
Oh no.
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley
Last time
speak,
this was full of people.
to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was
Oh, no.
unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously.
Ouch.
There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
That was really sad. And Weebit Dome, yeah, I was trying to put text in the chat because not everyone could hear me, but yeah, I was trying to say, I think it's working again. You probably just have to refresh the stream to get it to recover, essentially. Oh my goodness, that was dark.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfect.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. And
So
entered
unfortunately,
the
I
door
did
on his
miss a
left.
Stanurine. I need to go back and get that in the office. But then we could do the ending where you try to go in the office and you sneak away. Luckily, it only takes like
Coming to a
10
staircase,
seconds to walk
Stanley
there.
and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Totally
Was
guessed
it
it.
the bucket knew all along?
He
Was
really
the
is,
bucket
Michael. He
guiding
really
him?
is. Although sometimes
Yes,
the bucket's
this
not
is
our friend.
certainly
It's
the
weird.
most logical explanation.
The story's different every time.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I prefer Figley's. Now, unfortunately, I can't go back. I think I need to reset this one. That's true. There was one time it was like a dragon or something. We killed it and we like saved the world. It's so ridiculous. Okay, so for this run, we're going to go up to the office, but then
All of his
back
co-workers
out.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Do you
decided
prefer
to go to the meeting
Stanlerines,
room.
Michael?
Perhaps
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So this one, we kind of walk in the office and we immediately escape before the door closes on us. And then it's like it doesn't know what to do with us.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, so we're going to poke our head in here and then leave. Hard to know how far you need to go.
Stepping
There we go. And then I think you just have to go backwards. And you have to go kind of far back for it to start to acknowledge you. There's no more music. Now it's just kind of creepy. Stan Loreen does make more sense because it is Stan as the figure. That's right, this other door is open. Not our office, but the one right next to us. Just a weird gaping hole. You are now leaving. Yeah, I think I just like the sound of Figley better. It's definitely easier to say. Oh yeah, we have to go up like 4 floors of this, I think. Unless something changes. I think it's on floor 760, so we got 2 more after this. So I know you're working on Demon Souls Michael, what is everybody else playing right now? I'm still slowly working on Hades on the side. I've gotten the final boss to the second phase, but I haven't beaten him yet. I'm getting close. Hey, we made it to escape. I think. There's something. You have to walk in complete darkness for a while. What's going on? Shh. Oh, loves that bucket. Is he letting the bucket escape? Found him? Why can't you go with it? Aw. That's funny. There must have been some limitation we didn't know about. That's cute. Okay, so that was that one. I think all of the paths we have to do now, we want to take a right. At least the ones I can remember.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great,
Hey.
he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Where's my bucket? What do you mean what I wanted? Oh, because we let the bucket go. That makes sense. Oh, nice. Are you trying a different class, like a spellcaster versus a melee or something different like that too, Michael?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So we'll go right. We have no bucket. I don't know what would be different over here.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I think this is going to be the same since we don't have the bucket right now, but I'm not sure. I know, you get used to something, Michael, and it just feels good, right?
Really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Oh yeah, I never did get to try that. The mind control, like right before the mind control room when you fall down.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I guess I should probably try that now, huh?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
It's kind of cool, actually. You can kind of fix your path and make it changes later on. So we still have to find a large room of boxes and somewhere red and blue. Offhand, I don't remember which is which.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
All the descriptions
That
also
kind
went
of
back to
anxiety
pre-bucket
isn't
too.
healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Oh no, they make us do that again? That's so funny, because we were at a point in the game, we had done this so many times, it didn't even do this. It just opened it up automatically for us, which is really funny, but it really has like reset, hasn't it?
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Well, I mean, it is Stanley Parable 2, so I guess it makes sense. You know, there might be some other technical reason for it, but I'm kind of surprised this game has loading screens. Like the first one, what was that, 2013? That made sense. But they could practically like stream the whole game off of the hard drive as it goes, except for maybe because of all the
Stanley
different,
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
all the different permutations that you can do. Maybe that would be impossible to load. So now we're going to jump off here, which I've never seen without the bucket. Oh god, it's dark.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome!
I should have turned on the light first.
Back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013,
Oh, I had the date right.
getting to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending.
Perfect.
If that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job.
It's so bad.
3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility.
This is awesome.
You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's
It's kind of a
ending.
90s alternative sound to it, doesn't it?
I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job.
And if you wanted
did
karaoke,
it.
you get all the
Good
lines
job,
right there.
You did it. Good job, you did it.
That's so
Good
funny
job,
that they
you
added
did
a
it.
bug in this
Good
version of the
job,
game,
you
Alex.
did it.
I'm sure
Good
that'll
job,
become
you
another
did it.
ending, right?
Good job, you did it.
I'm looking up right now, Alex. Actually, I was looking up the whole time because that was the only thing that had any light. Oh, that's cute. Oh, I heard a phone ring.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
That's funny. I don't know if there's a way to like look at that. I don't think there's any kind of like stats, and I haven't been keeping count. But if I had to guess, maybe 20 with like all the old ones as well. Oh, the bucket's back.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
I was just gonna say, why is the narrator not talking to us?
Stanley clutched the bucket
There we
tightly
go.
to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
We haven't
Was
heard
this
this.
better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I love that it jumps in and out of the bucket content. That was pretty clever. I kind of thought like, oh, are we done because I let the bucket go up the elevator?
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd
kinda
been
sad.
through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Yeah, if I had to make a random guess, Michael, probably around 20 endings so far.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
I'm not sure how much more there is, but I want to see if anything else happens in here. This isn't one of the endings.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
I think that's it. Maybe? Yeah, I think we're done.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
So this time I'm going to go left, but we're going to go down that elevator shaft too.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Or not.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Whoa! There's like a giant baby that we were burning before. Oh, nice. We'll see you in a little bit, Alex. Actually, I'll probably take a coffee break pretty soon here. That might work out pretty well.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet.
The
Because
Adventure Line.
that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Wait, there's a fireplace here. One of our clues was that there should be a figurine near a fireplace. It's nowhere around here. I love that the broom closet came here. Okay, I already took that one. Nice.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
I remember this.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
That was
Don't
abrupt.
you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Don't make me give up this bucket. Oh, I wanted to tell you guys, have you ever seen the movie called Upgrade? The main actor was in that game Telling Lies that we streamed last year. Or the year before, I forget. But I actually thought it was really good. It's like an action movie. Kind of a dark comedy horror action. Hard to describe, but it's this guy who gets in an accident. And he's like a paraplegic. But he goes through the surgery where they install like a chip into his spinal cord that allows him to use his limbs and things. But that chip can actually kind of enhance him. So he can do all kinds of crazy stuff he couldn't do in the past. It's wild. Definitely recommend you guys check it out if you haven't seen it. We just had to rent it on Amazon last night.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
Oh no.
This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Aww.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
It's a character?
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
That's
Go
a
ahead
lot
now,
of
Stanley.
work.
Say goodbye to the bucket. and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Can I turn this thing off?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
We have to do it both ways. One where we actually give it the bucket and one where we don't. Oh, there goes the Bucket Destroyer.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Oh, poor Bucket Destroyer. I love Wife from the Apartment ending. That one's great. I've actually forgot which way gets you to the baby.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Figurine Finders Committee. Meeting today.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the
This time we'll
meeting
go
room,
down the same path, but
Stanley
we'll
had
actually
felt
feed it the bucket.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite
It was
door.
wrong. I love his voice. They really picked the perfect narrator for this.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel.
Of course.
They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh,
and
play
cue the
some
music.
silly music as well.
There we go.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is
Well, that
all
was
about.
short-lived.
Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Here we go.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore
So
of the
sad,
Stanley
although we have
Parable.
killed the bucket
True,
before,
it also
so
was
I guess
not
it's
in
not
the
that big of
original
a
game,
deal.
but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Here we
Can
go.
you guess what the bucket destroyer does?
I'm not going to hesitate.
Surely
Just
you
throw
don't
it
need
right
me
in.
to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Every time I try
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your
I don't know
bucket.
how to give it.
Destroying buckets is all it knows. That
just keeps
is
looking
its
at me.
singular personality trait. Sure, I can
Well,
hear
maybe you
you
can't
say,
give it.
how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the bucket
I can't get rid of
destroyer,
it.
you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality
that might be
traits.
on
What
purpose.
other
Maybe you're
object
not
in this
actually
game
supposed
can
to
you
be able
even
to.
say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have
Nope.
to hurry and feed
Can't
it.
feed
we
it.
can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable
Okay, so that was the
characters
whole
like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want.
That
hurry
makes sense. Dang. Yeah, that's all the same. Okay, let's go ahead and begin that one again. And let's see, we took the elevator down. So this time we're going to keep on going straight for another ending with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Notice it doesn't say broom closet anymore. Wasn't that the broom closet? Oh, this is all different. Why is it different this time?
Stanley clutched the bucket
think that
tightly
was
to his
different.
chest
I don't know.
and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had
I don't
felt
trust
the
this
bucket
game.
calling to
It
him,
keeps messing
telling
with
him
me.
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Sometimes
And
it
here was.
truly
Had
is.
the
We
bucket
would
turned
tell.
out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Now we're listening to the bucket. Okay, let's write this up.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
It's all in our head,
He
right?
was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
So this time, we'll just kind of follow all the directions, and then we'll do the deviations from there after.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Oh, I bet there's a figurine in here. This is the large room with all the boxes, maybe? Maybe not. I don't see a figurine. Unless they're hiding it, like, just out of view. I don't see it. Oh, that's right.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
I forgot all about the phone. You don't have to pick it up. We'll do that next.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
This is a cute little place. This is a lot better than that apartment wife ending. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press R to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Well, that sucks. Still no orders. Okay, we could pick him up again. Then we take him back home. Wait, let's explore a little bit more here. Yeah, we can't go any further.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Well, where is he? I can't even pick up the bucket again. Bucket. Do I have to press... Oh, there he is. How did I miss that? Okay, L to go back to work. Change his letter every time.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
That's very useful.
That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Or solids. Doesn't have to be a liquid. You can put dirt in there. Don't listen to the loud man. Press H to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Yoink. Press G to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket.
Yeah,
this
we are.
Sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press K to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
This is wild. I wonder, it seems like he's getting interested in the bucket. Is he going to try to fight us for it? Let's press B to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
He's getting interested. G to go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. Oh, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
This looks kind of romantic. Are we about to have some romantic times in the bedroom with the bucket? Oh my gosh.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Close your eyes. Go back to work, Stanley. Whoa, it's all different. Look at that. The bucket's like right there. I hardly have to even leave. Okay, this is probably a good pausing time. I'm going to go get some coffee so I can stay up a lot later and play more of this game and grab a snack and say goodnight to Andy because she does have work tomorrow. But before I do that, let me go ahead and start a little mini game so you guys can murder each other and earn some tokens. And I will be back in just a little bit. Yeah, it is getting a little bit sinister, right? Oh, it's crazy. I love this game. Where is... game? I've gotten some more games since we last played this, so I have to like find it in my list. There it is. Oh, they have an update. Go ahead and update the game. I wonder what they changed. You know, for a long time, the Stream Animals game didn't get any updates. But just recently, I've seen them start to support it again, which is cool. Although I feel like I lost some of my hats in the game. Or something. Something changed. Let me change sources real fast. Okay, this should pop up in just a moment. There we go. Okay, so this time let's do a different game. They actually have this dash mode, which kind of reminds me of, what do you call that game? Like Frogger. So you can actually play this game just like Frogger, where you're trying to get from one point to the other, to the end of the goal. And if you can make it there, you get some extra tokens. So let's go ahead and try that out. Oh, and this is new too. Yeah, you can actually customize your appearance in the game. Alrighty, so to join the game, just go ahead and type, I'll zoom in a little bit so you guys can all see. Type !J or any of the animal names you see on the left. I'm going to go with a hippo. And you can also, yeah, type all these animal names to change to whatever you prefer. And you can actually control it, or if you're busy doing something else in the background, like playing Demon Souls, you can type !Auto, and the game will actually control itself. So you still have a chance to win. You just watch the chaos go on. So go ahead and join right now, guys. And I will be back in just a few minutes with some coffee and a snack. All right, see you guys in just a moment. Oh no, Alex. Rigged. Rigged. And then there were two. Who won the first game? I missed that. I was getting some coffee. I love how the birds are actually called poopers. It's so accurate. Oh, knocked you out, Michael. Oh, you won, Blue. Congratulations. Nice. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I wish this game would automatically zoom in. You don't really need to see quite all that. Hey, Michael, you were just doing Demon Souls the whole time? I think you jumped in for the first game too, right? Or you might have missed that. That was funny. It's like you were saying, I don't know, I don't remember this from the Stanley Parable. They had Firewatch in the Stanley Parable. They had Minecraft. They had Rocket League. Why not this? And Jada, we're still playing the game. I just took a quick break to go get some caffeine, but as soon as this game's over, we'll jump back into the game. Let's see, we're both on auto. Oh, I guess it's waiting for us to also vote as well. That makes sense. Yeah, let's go see. And what are you up to, Jada? Uh-oh. Thought that thing was going to get me. Is that the thing that got you, Alex? Oh, there it goes. It's all up to you, Michael. Oh, that bird was actually had your name on it, Alex. It's technically you. Now your character just needs to make it to the end. Was I the bird the first time when it got you? I think I was still alive, so I don't think it was me. I like it when somebody dies, they turn into the enemies. Let's see, how can we knock you out? Let's go with the owl. Wait, that's just drops. Chicken. Oh, we were actually dueling each other. Nice. Yeah, I think you're on auto. Actually, it tells you at the top left, if there's an A next to your name, you know you're on auto. And I also believe that if you don't chime in with a turn, it will actually put you on auto automatically, which can be good or bad. It's good for people that are just like joining and then doing something else, but it kind of sucks if you're trying to actively play. Oh, that got you. So I don't think anybody wins in that case, right? I'm not sure how that works. I guess I got first place because I got the highest score. How does that even work? I think I got the furthest into there. So this game that we're playing right now, Blue Rezo, it's called Stream Animals. And it's really just a bunch of mini games you can kind of play with your whole community on Twitch, and gives you guys a chance to earn tokens and stuff. Let's see. So if you look at the leaderboard for this game, we don't have anything. So nobody's actually won this game. We always get knocked out. That one's tough. Okay, let's jump back into the main event. I don't even think you get points for those merciless kills, because that just kind of happens in the background. Could be anybody. It's like completely randomly assigned. Okay, so we just finished that crazy ending. I mean, they're all really crazy, but when we restarted this game, which we're right at the very beginning, this is wild. We have the bucket right here in the hallway. It's like the layout of everything changed. I don't know why it's different.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
It's
left.
really shortened the entire path.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
So we
Had
want to
the
go
bucket
back
turned out
to
be correct? Was no,
the lift
never
room,
mind.
because there's a few other
The bucket
lifts we
was
can do.
wrong.
We just
Stanley
did the
took the
ending
door
where
on
you
his left
follow the
to go back to
instructions
the meeting
to the
room.
top of the lift. He wants to show you something, you know? But I haven't tried dropping
No,
off yet either.
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
That was a really
Stanley did
funny
not
ending.
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of
Oh,
course,
look at
because
that.
buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose
We gotta
not to
get
think
that.
about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
We're jumping off this time. Let's see what else we can do up here. That's true, it did change. It just feels different because of the bucket, you know? I forget what this one was originally.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
No!
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
There's a sticker on
I
there.
suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. Oh, nice. We get a movie telling us about what a bucket is?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough,
Nice,
right?
Alex.
This should tell us
Nice.
everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
I hope this is easy. Oh, it's like a game show.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect.
What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
How the hell was I supposed to know that? Actually, Andy had gotten these, like, new
Item
chips,
2.
Michael,
Is this a bucket?
that are very much like Cheez-Its, but not quite Cheez-Its, because they're gluten-free. And they were really good. No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
That would still be a bucket. It doesn't matter what it's made of.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh, I can't tell. No, that's perfect for this, Alex. Good choice.
Item 4.
Whoa.
Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot.
I'm only
Okay,
50-50
next one.
so far. I've got 2 right and 2 wrong.
Is this a bucket?
Is that a trick question? No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
You care to explain yourself? Screw this game.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
So did I win? Did I get the point?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Bamboozled. Oh, honey buns are so good. Should I just say yes? No, we should say no.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence.
I like the lighting
And yet
in here.
now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley,
No.
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and
Oh.
myself was all I ever had to begin with.
Can't even pick it.
I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No.
Okay, here we go.
That's like all the new content.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Because everything's
Why
a
did everything
bucket.
disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
You're still here.
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game.
Because you destroyed it.
Tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
This game is so wild. I love it. Yeah, see, now it's kind of back to normal. We don't have the bucket right in this hallway.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Oh my gosh, that's brutal. We got some crazy quotes here.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
So
And
this
here
time
it
we're going to
was.
try that
Had
little
the
secret
bucket turned
path
out to
and
be
get
correct?
that
Was this no,
collectible.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Oh, no, he didn't.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
This is kind of tricky. I remember when I did this once before, I was kind of surprised. Yes, I'm trying to get all of the same endings blue, but with the bucket. They're all completely different. It's cool. There we go. So we want to cross this.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
I love the existential dread quotes this guy gives you all the time. I did get the window one. That one was great. You're like, he turns into a dragon and you slay him. Haven't gone down here yet. And I have really no idea where that last one is for the collectibles. I need to look at the hints again. Oh yeah, this is the one where he hears himself on tape and like makes fun of us, saying like, "Oh, did you think I was a tape recording?"
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track.
Who's this?
Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
That's how I feel about coffee.
And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so...
Getting intense.
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Don't do that.
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket.
This is getting sinister
but
too.
I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get...
Uh-oh.
What's that? Who's there?
We heard that name one time before. A demon or some kind of Cthulhu thing got him. Was that it? Oh yeah, the window endings when you heard that. That's right. Oh, see, look. It just changed again. This is nothing like it was before.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here
so I want to go back
Had
to
the
that
bucket turned out to be correct,
conference
was
room
no,
just to see what the clue
never
is for
mind.
the collectible.
The bucket was wrong.
I might have to reset after that.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to them, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Because I can't think of any other endings this path. Somewhere both red and blue. Okay, that's the last one we need. I'm going to begin this one again. And this time we're going to drop off and fall all the way down. Oh, it reset again. Like, different.
Stanley's bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
all
to
the way
his
back
chest.
down to
This
the
was
floor.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took
It's
the
hard to
door on his
remember
left
which
to go back to the
endings I've
meeting
gotten
room.
and which ones I haven't, because they're so different from the endings in the original.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
So this
said
time
the
we're just going to
bucket.
drop off.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
That was a quick and simple one. Now, I don't remember which other paths
All of his co-workers were
I haven't
gone.
done.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Oh
memo.
no, I didn't actually try to turn on the mind control machine. I only tried to turn it off. Good call.
Is Stanley
I still need to do that
without the
one.
bucket really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I love the bucket lore, Alex. That's great. So we want to go
Coming to a
up.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
If it's the mind control room, Blue, not with the bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
We also did do the elevator one, and the one where you go into the office but you escape really quick, which I didn't even know that was possible. Thank you, Alex, for telling me about that one.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I also didn't realize you could fall here. That was fun.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
What an obnoxious layout for this kind of room,
Was
right?
the bucket under the mind control
3 buttons,
facility's
1 per
influence
tower?
as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Oh, now I remember the one blue.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
That's the one where we put the bucket on the escape pod and he leaves
screamed
without
into
us,
the bucket.
right?
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Naturally.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
I don't
Controls
think there's a
labeled
way
with
to actually
emotions,
accomplish
happy
this.
Or sad, or content.
You just have to set it off,
Walking,
right?
eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. 2 best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way,
that.
and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
But instead of taking down the system, just like what they expect us to do, we're going to turn the mind control machine on.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror.
Wait, the bucket did
Had
that?
this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Hey, it's outside.
Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Bird. Bird.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Seriously?
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along?
That's a super
Stanley
important
marveled
task.
at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
You must love birds.
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
That's a pretty silly bird. Look at that nose. That's a great ending. So random.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Now I'm not sure where I might have missed a path. Did I miss something else over here?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned
There's
out
no
to be
ending in the
correct?
lounge.
Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his
So
left.
I did
to
go
go
down
back to the
there,
meeting room.
went down that elevator. I don't think there's any other choices once you go down that elevator. Oh, there might have been another choice up there when we take the lift.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Was there another path up here once we get to this area besides going
In
there?
here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Maybe not. I was thinking there was another path here. Oh, that's right. No, I did forget about that. I've only answered the phone. Good call. So many permutations, I forget which is where.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Instead, we're going to yank the cord.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things.
Actually,
Buckets
it
can't
is.
talk.
It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled
did
up the
answer
delivery
with
if
the
you
bucket,
actually
yeah.
took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Yeah, there probably is.
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing?
Nice.
What is comedic timing?
That was a
How does
really
it work?
funny ending, Alex. I
How
love
long
that
should it
one.
last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
You can silence your political
Let's dive
enemies with
deeper.
comedic timing?
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
It's very specific.
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name.
Spelling it?
Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor.
That's terrible.
Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
Oh my goodness. I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times.
How many hands
Just
does
to
this guy
ensure
have?
the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter.
Those faces
and even
are
tripled
creepy.
over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight
no.
the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles.
What?
All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us,
Aw.
and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
What the hell did we just watch?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery.
Oh, is this like when
Come
everything
along,
falls
let's
apart?
head back.
Or maybe it's not right here. That was like the opposite of being funny. I love it. I think we take lift back.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
I just noticed that our bucket is actually missing one of the stickers. It had a sticker of a bucket on there, so we always knew it was a bucket. It's not there anymore. What's up with that? One of the few times you can actually go backwards. It's funny, they all close behind us now. Ah, excuse me. That's true. It may not be a bucket anymore, right? It used to be a bucket. Now we don't know what the hell we have. It's still our property, though, apparently.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I'm going right again.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake.
It didn't before.
I made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Oh, God, don't.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Don't forget to raise your hand, 15 degrees in the air? And end with, I'm done with the funny. Or dunny with the funny. Wait, there it is right there.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I'm going to try one more time.
What?
Yeah, I think that's a repeat. Okay.
No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Now we really should go to the left.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
I love it.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again.
Oh,
Stanley.
now we're just going to get bad puns?
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery?
How many times can you use the word
Pale
pale?
with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No.
That's bad.
Getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Wait, do we have to watch it too? No, that was a reset. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
So we've
Perhaps
done...
he had simply missed a memo. What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
We've done both of the phone endings. What else do we have to do?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So when we take that lift up, it just goes directly to the phone. If I fall off onto that platform, is there another one? I think I might need a hint, Alex. I'm surprised I haven't run into it yet. Just randomly. It said it was red and blue. That's the only hint that I know of. Maybe there was another path.
This was not the correct way to the
after
meeting
I
room,
fall off.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind.
That room was blue.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door
Or
on
red
his
and blue
left
doors.
to go
That's right,
back
not
to the
just a red
meeting
and blue room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
So I'm going to try dropping down
Stanley
just to
did
see if
not
there's
question
another
why
option.
or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever
Oh, it is
the
this
bucket
way.
asked.
Okay. Yeah, this is where I think it said no buckets past this point, right?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding
Can't open
could
any
have
doors.
dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step
Or
in
do
here.
I have to come here without the bucket? And then it won't stop me, maybe. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Holy cow. Swap over here real quick. Which one was I using? I think this one.
Too little, too late. Welcome, Raiders, to John Cadia.
How are you doing, Nate? How was your stream? What were you playing, buddy? It's good to see you. And Volvo is good. How's it going, Volvo? Welcome to the stream. We are might be finishing up Stanley Parable. I'm not sure how much more we have in this game, but it's so cool. It's so crazy. It's just a big meme on the streamer. It's super funny. Oh, what were you doing in Minecraft today, Nate? And thank you again so much for the raid, dude. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Were you doing some community stuff or some of those like random, those things where like the people watching your stream can like affect your game? They can like summon stuff in and just cause chaos. I think I saw Kaz doing that earlier and that was wild. But yeah, hope you're doing good. Thank you again so much for the raid. So, okay, that makes sense, Alex. We do have to restart that and not bring the bucket. So what I'm trying to do right now And for everybody else just jumping in, welcome. We're currently playing the Stanley Parable, which is just a really funny, fourth wall breaking, mind twisting game. I'm trying to go through this door right here, but I can't because of that sign. No buckets past this point. I've been taking this bucket with me everywhere, but I can't get there with the bucket. So what I have to do is restart this section and not pick up the bucket. I'm tempted to. It's on a pedestal, but I'm not going to. I'm going to leave the bucket there.
When Stanley
and
came
go to
to
that
a set
door
of
without
two
it.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting
Oh, on a
room,
modded
and
server.
Stanley
What
knew
kind of
it
mods were they
perfectly well.
running?
Perhaps
I've
he
never
wanted to
played
stop by
Minecraft
the
with
employee lounge
mods.
first, just to admire it.
I definitely need to sometimes.
was
'Cause I know
okay.
some mods can like turn it into a totally different
But
kind of
eager
game
to get
where you
back to
have like
business, Stanley took
experience
the
levels,
first open door on
skills,
his
all kinds
left.
of stuff. That would be super fun. But I've only
Stanley
done
was so
the
bad at following
regular
directions,
Minecraft and
it's
RTX
incredible he
Minecraft
wasn't
just to
5
change the
years ago.
graphics.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Oh, nice.
I'm
Wait, so you
not
could just
sure
fly
anywhere,
around
really,
everywhere?
I'm not.
That's awesome.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you
Oh, dang.
all this time.
But I guess that makes it
someone
much
you've been
easier to get away from
neglecting,
monsters and
Stanley.
stuff, right?
Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen
this
to
guy.
you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
What's your favorite mod to play with in Minecraft? Okay, so now, before we couldn't go through this door, now we can. You like the wings? Oh, here's the room with the red and blue door. Nice.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Here it is. This is the last collectible we've been trying to find.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
Got 'em all.
This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Right back to the game. No achievement. Nothing bonus. Just, you're done. Congratulations. Crap, which door did he say we went through? I think he said the red door. So we want to try both of these. Oh, I bet that makes travel so much easier. Do you move faster when you have wings, or do you just get to go above everything and kind of skip a lot of the chaos and enemies and stuff like that?
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue?
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
This blue door?
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road?
Yeah,
you've
we've seen
chosen?
all these.
Well, don't let me stop you.
But at least we got all the collectibles. So we're going to set back to the beginning. Now I really have no idea what's next. It might just add something new, though. Oh! It looked normal from back here, but that's not actually a hallway. It's just a...
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things.
Big
It's
printout.
it's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
No.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
No.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
I love how the graphics are like totally different here. They're getting a lot of reusage of assets in this, aren't they, Alex? When Stanley found the collectibles, now remembering. Before, this whole thing was like remembering when the game came out, and you got to read all these funny reviews. Now it's all about collecting those figures. Audience Award. I think we've seen a lot of this. It is pretty. I like the graphic style here. Very like muted colors. I like it. It looks neat.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back
That's
then,
right.
we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Do we grab it again? Yes, we do. 7 out of 6. Oh, we're back to the bathroom. Oh yeah,
And
this was
here
one of them.
was a second Stanlerine. You
8 out
found
of
this
6.
one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Alright, so we're going to have 12, maybe, by the end of all this.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
I think it was under the stairs. I feel like the boss's office one I had a hard time getting.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was
Nice.
here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
What?
Let's see, what came next?
This does not ring a bell.
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No, we
well,
didn't.
I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I don't remember this at all. I don't think this is actually in the game. I know, right, Michael? It's funny because they said, like, who knew there was only 6? And then when we collect a 7th, we actually get a 7th.
This
Oh,
was
yeah.
the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In
remember
fact,
that one.
because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Ooh.
Enjoy.
It's got all those, like, real cheesy, like, transitions. They're like the kind of videos you'd see all the time in, like, the 90s. Maybe really early 2000s. Yeah! The clip art. You found it near the cargo lift. Thanks for watching. Man, they just nail that vibe so hard. I love it. Very much Windows Movie Maker, right?
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
That wasn't really a lot of time. This reminds me of Twin Peaks, if you guys have ever seen that show, The Red Room. All those big red drapes. The floor is different, but it still reminds me of it.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
That makes sense.
Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
That's 12. We've collected all the figurines twice. Doesn't matter which door you go through.
And
Whoa.
then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Oh, that was weird. You could, like, see what we were seeing on the TV.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
I don't want to collect them again. I don't know if we have an option.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most
He's saying the exact same
clear in my
things.
mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I demand more figurines. He wasn't
And
like,
here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
you have to watch the video again in super fast mode.
Yes, I love that video.
This game's so clever.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
That never happened.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them.
Not
I'm very
necessarily.
glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
And that makes sense, Alex. Yeah, that would be tricky to have so many different options for this process, just because you can collect them in a different order, right? We never went this way. And we go this way. Nope. That's a dead end. Okay. Had to try it. Had to try it. Although we did get that one near our boss's office
Second fig
by
leaf.
the elevator.
Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Didn't we collect them all 3 times now? I think that was it. That's the exit. Oh, when we first discovered that these things even existed, that was the first one. That's right. Where was it? Oh no, it was back there. Yeah, so we've gotten them all. I'm not sure what we're doing.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on.
The jump circle.
I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
I wasted so much time jumping in that thing.
Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
They're both connected.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
No, I don't think you can. We don't know what happens before that moment.
Yes,
We just appear
I'm
here.
remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different.
Ooh.
I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I
Again,
weighed
backstory?
each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore.
Oh no.
Oh, but he truly was so much fun to
We're
play
gonna be
with.
like wiped from existence.
You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Is this like the end?
I did enjoy telling his story so very much.
Is this like the final run?
Here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Make it sound like it is. I don't trust it though.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Our bucket's still here. We should grab the bucket.
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was.
I'm surprised this door hasn't opened again. This is where the new content was.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, so after we got that last thing, I did step off the cargo lift and die with the bucket. I've already done that ending. And we got the last of the collectibles, so that kind of made that transition be a unique story. What else have we missed?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
And we're out.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I'm just trying to remember if there was any options in that elevator that goes down there. I don't think there was. Or are we supposed to do that ending we just got, except instead of trying to take the blue door over and over and over again and screwing things up, we take the left door, the red door? I'm not sure.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Yeah, we
Now
could try the
ride
falling
lift
off
all
one
the way
again,
to
Alex.
the top. There's something up there.
But
But
I think
Stanley
we
feared
might have
that
done
any
that while
path
you
he
were gone.
walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
Oh.
How deeply touching.
We have to check out the room where they were looking for all the figurines. Because now that we have them all, that
All of his
room might have
co-workers were
changed.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps finally, yes, the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket.
Yeah, we need to actually go to the meeting
Stanley
room.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
It's no longer about getting collectibles, even though we have the bucket in our hand. It went back to normal. Interesting. It could be another one without the bucket. That's true, Michael. I'm trying to think of anything that we tried with the bucket that blocked us because we had a bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, we did get them all? Although he said there was one more. Oh wait, we didn't go back here with the bucket. Forgot about this door. We go up. Oh, that one, Alex. I did forget about that. Not stepping off to die, but stepping off to make it go without you. That's right. I don't remember this one. I don't know if I ever did this without a bucket. No, we did. We did. It's a long elevator ride. How many floors is this thing? Does it ever end? It just slowly drives you mad. And you're just in there. It doesn't actually take you anywhere. Oh, that's funny. Okay, yeah, so I guess to do the cargo thing, we will have to begin again. Take the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
One man.
Those are some of the...
bucket. One chance to seize their destiny together.
That's one of the trickiest things to do, is to remember all those different permutations when you fail something basic.
To the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
You're wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
I'm gonna
go
step
to the
up
cargo lift.
and then quickly jump off.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet.
There we
Well,
go.
from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? It's true. You can fall on a bucket from literally any height and survive.
Didn't work for me just a few minutes ago.
I'm serious, Stanley. Jump. Jump with the bucket. I promise you'll live. I extra double promise that you can land on the bucket and not die.
I mean, it didn't work when we didn't have the bucket, so... Yeah, what do we got to lose?
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Not surprised. Not surprised.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It's bucket time.
That might have been it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't think you can get a different ending from leaving that elevator platform or whatever at a different spot. Yeah, we could do a couple more Easter eggs. We got some time, Alex, but you'll definitely have to point me in the right direction because I will not find them by randomly stumbling around. Hold on. Let's do Swan Spider Monkey 83. Welcome, Raiders, to Johncadia. How are you doing, Spider? How was your stream? What were you working on today? Were you doing some more Monkey Island, or did you finish that game up? Let me give you a shout out real quick. There we go. You were still doing Tales of Monkey Island. Which chapter are you on? I remember they like split that game up into episodes. I think it was like 5 or 6 episodes. I never beat it. I got pretty far into it, but I didn't get to complete it. And how are you liking it so far? You just finished chapter 2? Nice. Yeah, I think I only got a little bit further than you. I think I got to chapter 3 or 4. That's awesome, dude. I hope you're still enjoying it. And Relentless, you're at work, you can't log into your computer, and Help Desk says it'll take a couple hours, so at least I'm just chilling. At least you could chill. Welcome, Relentless. I'm sorry you can't work right now, but I mean, am I really sorry? It's kind of nice to get a break. As long
Stanley
as you
just
don't
stood
fall
there
back.
doing nothing at all.
Oh.
He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
Is this another secret ending? If I just don't move anywhere, will the game get so mad at me it ends? Maybe I'll just let it go for a little bit longer while I chat with you guys. Well, hopefully they get it resolved, but hopefully you get a nice little break from work too, Relentless. It's like snow day, right? A little break. And you do love it? That's awesome. And Reaper, what's going on, Reaper? Long time no see. How you doing, dude? Okay, so Alex, so we could potentially, yeah, that's probably a good idea. We should do the last couple ones and then see if we can wrap it up. But how do I get to the Easter eggs, I guess, Alex? I might need your guidance and even how to get to the last couple things in this game. Nice, good, good. You're not like stressing out, falling behind on things. That's good news, Relentless. And what have you been playing, Reaper Wolf? What you been up to? You must have just got back from your trip, I'm guessing?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, I feel like I've done pretty much every path I could think of with the bucket. Yeah, this is the existential dread ending. You get stuck in there. Oh, I can't go back now, or can I still go up? Ooh, I think I can still do it on this path. Okay, so we want to go to the monitor room.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
That's a lot of driving, Reaper. Dang, but glad you had a good time. That's awesome.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
And down we go. So what I want to do is go to the last button, but don't go up the elevator. The door will open behind you, and you go back and press the first button and press it. Okay, so I want to go all the way to like that elevator lift, but then go backwards. Is that right?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
So here's where those buttons are. So we hit the first one.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
So what was your favorite spot on the whole trip, Reaper? And then hit the second.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Yeah, so we can get here to the third button. But you're saying you have to wait and the door will open behind you on itself? I'm guessing I have to press the third button, right? Because I still see the other gate over there is closed. Let's go ahead and do that.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Okay, so this is closed now. Maybe if we give it a minute, it'll all open back up. Or do I need to pretend like I'm about to go on there, but not really? Oh, that's awesome, Reaper. I've heard that place is beautiful. I've never been to Crater Lake. I can't press the button again. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, wait, it opened. I never even heard it. That's weird. I didn't even notice it actually all opened up. Okay, so we can go all the way back. The first button, and then we press this again. Turn all that shit off. What the hell is this? Never seen this before. William hides the best secrets. I like the song. Okay, so I probably want to reset it now, right? Even though that's just such a jam. I wonder if they released this game and, like, the director didn't even know about this. How fun would that be?
No!
Still have the music going.
His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket cutter. His one friend.
Oh, I love that one. That's a great one, Relentless.
Point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Okay, yeah, so we want to begin again. What is the next Easter egg we want to check out before we wrap up the game?
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
We can't even see outside. It's just a void of whiteness. What a terrible host. Oh, that's great.
It's bucket time.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far, just in case
Stanley clutched the bucket.
whatever you
tightly
tell
to
me
his
next
chest
is actually behind
and
us.
entered the door on his left.
I can start going this way because I know I can double back.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I need to.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no.
Once you get to this point, this is the point of no
wrong.
return.
Stanley took the
So you
door
can
on
go
his
back
left
the other
to go
path
back
going
to
this
the
way,
meeting room.
or you keep going that way. Bucket is life. This game, the whole end of this game, Relentless, is just obsessed with this bucket. It's so funny. Sometimes the bucket's evil. Sometimes it's your lover. It's different every time. I don't know if I've done the confusion bucket ending. What was the catalyst to that as far as like your path? I don't remember. They've all been very confusing. I mean, there was is the confusion bucket ending the one where it's like a game show and you have to say yes it's a bucket or no it's not a bucket? That one we did do. That was really funny. I think right now Alex is finding the next step for the Easter egg.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Yeah, because if you keep going that way, that just goes to the previous path. We did go down here once, but I don't know if there's two endings here or one. We got at least one ending
Stanley,
here.
I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh yeah, we saw this.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care
love the
about
baby
you very
being
much.
back.
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable.
broom
It's
closet.
just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story
But yeah, we
involving
did
the
get this one,
Adventure
Blue.
Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Let's do it. So, you think we've done them all for now. Some of them are random and others require a glitch. So you might want to finally restart the game, but there's one more that you're not sure how to do. There's just an instruction that you have. So when you say restart the game, you don't mean begin the game again. Do you mean like actually quit the game completely and like start a brand new game to activate something? Or do I need to go from this spot to something new?
All of his co-workers were gone, What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Every once in a while, something weird happens in
No
this
matter
game.
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Like when the phone started ringing? Okay, so we do want to completely quit the game. Okay. So I'm going to quit to menu. Oh, yes, the settings guy. That's right. I forgot we wanted to be sure we did that. I'm going to do a full quit to desktop, I think. Because I believe that settings guy comes before this. Notice, and I love how they keep it up, the game is no longer called the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. It's now Stanley Parable 2. That's when we got introduced to the bucket and got to experience everything new again with our bucket friend. So we're going to quit completely. And you know I'm going to set the time correctly. I do it every single time. I can't not set the time correctly. And let's relaunch it. I'm like right about at the time this game is expected to take to beat. I think the how long to beat said it was 8 hours. I'll see, this is different. It's no longer a slider for time. Now adjust the slider until the computer is just barely visible. B, right about here. So this is like a brightness setting thing. For me on my screen, I can still see it right there. You guys might have complete darkness. But I would probably, like, this is average, and I hate it when games get, like, way too dark. I'd probably leave it, like, right about here. Adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Aww. That's so cute. All the places you'll go when you have a bucket. We all need buckets. Although we found everything is a bucket in this game, Relentless, except for us and the narrator. Everything else is a bucket. I love that spider. Quitter! Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes a 9. There's a 9. Adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. So really at any point, doesn't matter when. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Occuboinkle? Scrumtush. I like scrumtush. Please don't adjust the slider. I'll be nice. I'll follow their instructions. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that is right now the correct time? Yes. What is time anyway? No. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. Hey, we're back in. Okay, do we want to begin the game again? The game definitely looks kind of ominous with all this red color, right? Yeah, good old Occuboinkle. Michael, this game keeps getting crazier and crazier. What does it look like now?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I'm not going to skip, just in case.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427.
Should I actually
job
restart
was
it again
simple.
just to visit
He
the
sat at
slider
his
guy
desk
again?
in room
He did ask if we would come
427,
back.
And he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every
This reminds me of that Simpsons
And
episode
although others might have considered it soul-rending,
where
Stanley relished every
Homer
moment
gets
of
so
being
overweight
busy.
that he can't go to work. He
Though
gets to
had
work
been
from
made
home.
exactly for this job.
And he just keeps pressing Y on the
Stanley
keyboard to answer
was
yes to
happy.
every question it asks him without even knowing what it's asking him.
And then one day,
Okay,
something
we can't
very
skip this? All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It's bucket time.
Okay, I don't think anything's changed.
Stanley...
So now we should probably quit and see the settings guy again. Or sliders guy, however you want to call it. Yeah, Steam tells me I've played this game for exactly 7.7 hours. And I think it said it's like 8.5 hours to do the main game plus extras. So yeah, we're like right around there. Maybe even a little bit faster because you guys are giving me help. What time is it? Oh, we're back to time. Can't input anything. Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. Oh, good night, Spider. You have a good one too. Thank you again so much for the raid. Some good sleep. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. It's the opposite of what we're doing. You like being alone, don't you? Sometimes. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. I still think one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before you're ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. You have to find him? There's an epilogue now. Okay, this is new. That was advertised in the features of this game. Many, many years later. What the heck? Oh. Is this a continuation of the ending where we kept pressing the skip dialogue button until it went like, yeah, years and years and years in the future and everything like just disintegrated and turned back to nature? What the hell direction do I go? I think... Oh, never mind. Hey, we got a fire and our office chair. And some logs. Exactly relentless. That was actually... That might have been my favorite ending in this game. Was the one with the skip button. This is really pretty. It was... Started off really funny and then got really creepy. Oh, crap. Oh, there's my office stuff. Oh, there's more office stuff. There's like a bunch of chairs. They're all over the place. This music kind of reminds me of The Outer Wilds. It's such a good soundtrack. That looks cool too. Oh, look at that moon. And the sunset. Or rise, I can't tell. What is time? We don't know, right? Oh, I think that's where we got out of this place originally. We escaped it and we started wandering in the desert, and that's where that one ended. Now we're kind of getting back into the facility. Oh wait, there's more. Good call, Alex. I would have totally missed this. What is this? That an elevator? Phone booth? Oh, the escape pod, right? I think this is the escape pod that we put our bucket in. Did he get out? He did get out. There's our bucket. Hey! Got our bucket back. I doubt there's going to be anything, but I'm going to check the backside just to see if there's another Easter egg. I like the subtle noises that the bucket makes when you walk with it. It's not like annoying or anything, it's just like a little added thing to your footsteps. Oh, there's a generator running still. In loving memory, the Stanley Parable 2. Oh, so this is different now. Wait. No, this is the end of Stanley Parable 2. We did come in here when it was all Stanley Parable 2 memories. Where's the power going to? That is a hell of a power cable. What is this? Oh, the review, but for Stanley Parable 2, Cookie 9's blog. Remember, Cookie 9 was the guy that like trashed the game, and the narrator made a whole bunch of changes just to satiate Cookie 9. What does he say about the sequel? Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole. Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get uninspired side quests collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting, a welcome reprieve for... Oh, we can't read anymore. Notice these dates go all the way to 2027. I never played Titanfall 2. I heard the single player in that game is really good, Relentless. I guess I also never played the first one, but... Gotta read this. Cat dog born! Scientists confirm hybrid species. Well, we did bring them close together. They're best friends now, so it works out. Okay, so the power continues to go this way. You're right, Blue. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable first launched a massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developer to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, but yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Can't really read the rest of that. What are these? Oh, the gym button? Gym. They're all gym. Oh, you can only press the light up once. I brought him too close, right? Yeah, I've heard the Titanfall 2 story is real short, too. I want to play through that sometime. Probably an achievement hitting every gym button.
Stanley.
Aw, that one's actually us.
Stanley.
That's cute. That one actually works. What is this? Is this the infinite hole? Oh, we can collect all of them. We're at 19 out of 6. Love that. 4, 5, and 6. 24. Wait, there's an extra one. There was 7 there, wasn't there? Because normally we'd be at 24. Wait. Yeah, because it's not a multiple of 6. We actually found 2 extras. Alright, down the infinite hole we go. I think that's what that is. Maybe not. We're back in the office proper. Hello again. Hey, we did meet him again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. What are some of your favorite games that were franchised and dragged in the mud and became terrible empty shells in themselves? It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Too Fast, Too Furious? Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Hey! So I pick one word from the left and one word from the right. Grilled spiders? Lavish cheese? This is so ridiculous. Like a realistic title might be Dealing with the Escape. Like that actually kind of makes some sense based on the concept of this game. Yeah, that one definitely wasn't the best sequel from what I've heard. I haven't played it, Michael, but I was thinking like that's just a one-off bad one, and then the remakes turned out great, and the sequel, we don't know how that's going to be. What's a game that just like kept having bad sequel after bad sequel after bad sequel until nobody cared about it anymore? Nobody's excited for it anymore because they did ruin the whole franchise. Stanley Parable 3, Dealing with the Escape. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. What is it, like Madden 2023 now? It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have say as well. Don't do it. I understand. Sometimes we're not ready to move on. That's fine. If you ever change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, come talk to me. I'll be right here. Okay, we're still on Stanley Parable 2. That might be it. That might be it. Yeah, I know it doesn't have to make sense. Kingdom Hearts, that's probably a good one. I don't know the quality of the games, but man, they had so many weird spin-offs and stuff with Kingdom Hearts. Like there's Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, 3, but then there was like, what, 4 or 5 random spin-offs? I guess you could almost say the same thing about Final Fantasy VII, though. Oh, there is more to the epilogue? Okay. Heck yeah, I want to see more. It's so funny because at some point I have to assume it's done, but I haven't seen credits yet, so I really don't know. Okay, so it starts off very similar. I guess you just have to get to that point to chat with the computer again. They must have had so much fun making this game. Oh, you have to agree to do the sequel? Oh man, I gotta go through that whole thing again? Okay. That's funny. It didn't seem like it was going to be a meaningful choice because he said, we're not going to change any content in the game. Have you guys ever been in a sandstorm like this? I don't think I've been in anything quite nearly this strong, but one time when I was camping at a place called Pyramid Lake in Nevada, we had this whole lake to ourselves. There was like nobody around. It was so nice. And then in the distance, we saw some clouds coming. And as it got closer, it got windier and windier. And it wasn't actually clouds. It was just dust and stuff being ripped apart by the wind. So then it started nailing us. And we were actually going to camp there at night. We decided to cancel that because we had brought the dogs. At the time, we just had Jesse and Gus. And they were miserable. They didn't know what to do. I mean, they're just like chilling, and they didn't even close their eyes. They're just getting pelted with sand. So we took them in the car, and we waited for a while, but it never got any better. So then we ended up just going back to the house, and we barbecued there, jumped in the pool. It was nice. I've heard that Nier Automata is really good. I have to play that game sometime. True, they like the absurd in this game for sure, Alex. But I can skip reading these things because we already saw that. We'll just go straight to the questions and answers. I wonder if he's going to say the exact same thing. Stanley. I like that one button that works. I wonder if I could find that button without clicking anything else. I think it was this one.
Stanley.
Oh, yeah. See, once in a while I can remember something. Not often. Yeah, Assassin's Creed, I mean, the Call of Duty and Battlefield games, that was never my jam. I played a few of them. I bought, I think, Modern Warfare 2, but all the other mid-releases in between, I was skipping those, and they just kept coming out. I just never played them again. Assassin's Creed I liked until I think after Black Flag, and when it became every single year, I bounced out of that series as well. Did you reconsider my idea of inventing new silly subtitles for sequels, like the Stanley Parable 3, Nonsense Chemicals? Would you like to start doing that now? Let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. All right, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Actually, it's not too far off at all. Bajuka Joe! Nice. Nice. I saw what you did there. How you doing, Joe? It's great to see you. Let me give you guys some tokens. Bam and bam. What's new? What you been up to, Joe? Okay, so we need it to be PM. And for me, it is currently 11:52. It's my actual current time right now. Which means it must be super late for a lot of you guys. Oh, is this going to be all the same ones? No, that's it. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Honestly, this looks new. Now it's Stanley Parable 3, Dealing with the Escape. That was cute. 152 for you, Michael. Yeah, you're a couple hours ahead of me. And you're going to bed pretty soon, but just want to stop by and let you know I was thinking about you. Aw, Joe, I appreciate that, dude. It's great to see you. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. But agreed, we'll be wrapping things up here pretty soon. Get some sleep, my friend. Okay, now we go back to the game. And now we have to go to the ending with the... when you're in that big area. And you can find the achievement machine, right? Because he said that's supposed to work
All
now.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think we want to skip the bucket and go this way, right? I'm guessing if I grab the bucket, I can't go here. Yeah, I think we're good here. Oh, do you actually take the bucket? I didn't know you can actually take the bucket this way. Okay, let's begin the game again. I was wondering why I never saw that door open, and I thought, oh, I wonder if it's because I keep taking the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
In this case, this will be brand new, because yeah, we've never taken the bucket into the new content.
New content? What does that mean? New content.
Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? You created the new content, narrator. Interesting.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, we heard this before.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Something about the art style of that
delightful.
Reminds me
I'm
of
very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Psychonauts. Some reason.
Wait, Stanley. I've just now realized that bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all.
Did we time travel backwards?
Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel?
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order.
Interesting.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
We already have no jumps. I spent them all. He doesn't even have a response to that. We'll just move on. I loved how disappointing that was.
The giant door, did you see them already?
Oh,
Stanley,
yeah.
none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing
Well,
them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be?
I don't remember a giant door.
Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
Yeah, I love this. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
If you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes. You carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish.
It worked.
The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable. Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you. Clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, I win, I win, I win, I win, I win.
You actually had a lot of this planned out.
I win, I win.
Well, now what?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It's bucket time.
And we go down the new content one more time. It still doesn't have the neon sign. I wonder what he says this time. You know, I got to imagine, Alex, a lot of people
You
probably
see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley
don't
Parable
see all this.
and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Well, this happened
Which
before.
is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Just gets really dark all of a sudden. We've already seen all this.
See, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Place
Now,
is
to be
huge.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out.
It's
Game
not quite that
development is
simple.
much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
So we want to go to the achievement generator, or whatever it's called. Yeah, free easy achievement. This is it. Oh yeah, that would be cool to see the bucket too. When we already have it. Create a paradox, right?
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be
So
given to you.
before this didn't
It's as
work.
simple as that.
It would get stuck like halfway. Hey! Test achievement,
See,
please
the machine
ignore.
is not working yet.
We got
So-
it!
What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You got the
I
achievement?
did get it. I saw it pop.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just... What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Okay, so the next one would be back here. We want to go to where the bucket is. And see what that looks like when we already have the bucket. I think it was here.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth
I
and
only have
comfort of
one.
a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
I think we destroyed the universe.
Stanley!
Oh, blew up!
Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you.
Where's our
Stanley,
bucket?
The power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
He destroyed it. And Zeus, how's it going, Zeus? Thank you so much for the raid, dude. How was your stream? What's going on? We just totally lost our bucket. Yes, let's see how we can get in that world settings champion room. I don't know if I can do it from here. Hey, Zeus, what's up, dude? What were you playing? How was your stream, man? I think it's going to be back here. Yeah, he wasn't about that life, Michael. He had to
Calling it
destroy
the
it.
Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2,
It's up this
now
way.
that's an artistic statement right
Nice.
there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Now, are you a fan of being the killer, or do you get stressed out when you're the killer, Zeus? You prefer to be a survivor. So I still can't open this door. Not sure what we're missing there. You have to move all the sliders to all values. Oh, like in the actual settings? Or just when the things start up? You know, like when you start the game and it gives you those settings? Is that what we have to change to everything? I don't even know how to get all of them back again. And you'd say you're a killer main for sure. You tend to bounce around. Nice. What's your favorite killer to play as? I'm guessing you got some of the DLC. I don't know if I can actually bring up all the sliders again. I mean, there's these sliders. Oh, it is from the escape menu. Okay. So that, what was that? Can I change it back to default after I screw them up? I don't think I can. Okay. So let's remember that's 72. That was 5. 5. 80. Oh, there is a reset settings way down there. Okay. Mess with all the volumes.
A man named
There we go. No sliders there. No sliders there. Think we're done? Now let's try this. Dang it, that didn't work. Unless I have to reset after that. So as a Resident Evil fan, Zeus, you want to say Nemesis, but honestly you bounce around on the killers and you tend to lean towards the more monster-esque killers. Monsters too. So if it doesn't work, try the others too, like button settings. Okay, so not just sliders, but all settings. I guess they gave us a couple settings, like the time that wasn't actually a slider, wasn't it? Even all the languages. Already messed with that one. Oh my gosh, there's a lot. Okay. Did all those. Oh, and resolutions. I guess I don't have to apply it. If I don't apply it, we'll be good. There's a lot of dang resolutions. Depending on your monitor, this could be a really small setting or it could be really large. Okay, we definitely went through all of those. Hey, I just got an achievement. Settings World Champion. There we go. Okay, so I don't want to mess with any of those. Let's go reset settings. Yes. Now this should open. Oh, dang it. Still doesn't work. Oh, there it goes. Oh, it opened after me.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done.
Nice.
You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity?
Good question.
I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Is my sound not working? It looks like it's good on my end. At least I can see my audio levels moving around. But yeah, let me know if it's not working for the rest of you guys. You are the champion of setting all the sliders to all possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. It was made just for you. They will never set setting sliders to every possible setting. And then somebody does. I love it. Okay, good. You might have to refresh the stream blue. I'm not sure what's going on. Nice. All right, Alex. Anything else we want to check out before we wrap things up? I know we're getting real close. It's so funny. I love that. That's something I would never do in any game. Why would you ever do that? But in this weird, crazy game, of course, they have something like that, right? Oh, it's out of order. We can't go do the collectibles yet. There could be other weird little tricks in this area. Yeah, I just meant like done overall, or if there's another ending to check out to wrap things up. Let's see, you can restart up to a number 8 and begin again to a number 8. What do you mean restart to a number 8? Begin game again. Do you mean go to the manager's office and press the number 8 on his thing? We did do that, but I don't think I got an achievement for it, unless I did it before. Oh, keep quitting until we get Stanley. So I need to actually like quit the game then, right? Because we're still on 3. Yeah, let's get all the way to 8. You know, it's funny. When I start a game on Steam or stream, you guys don't see it immediately. I have to click in the window once, and then it'll pop up for you guys. Sometimes I forget to do that right away. Oh, we got to do stupid ones each time. With a fist full of baby. Whatever the hell that means. And you get these like silly pictures each time. It's almost like those have you guys tried like, what is it called? Dolly Mini? It's like an AI program. You can feed it some text, whatever you want, and it'll try to create artwork from it, from images that it's consuming. You could say like Nicolas Cage as Batman, and it'll do its best to create that for you. Have you seen it? They always, especially if you do people, their faces are always terrifying and creepy, but it's fun. Let's see. Curse of the paperwork. That seems pretty legit, actually.
Yeah, well, I just thought that the...
All right, we're up to 5. We got 3 more to go. Is that the last thing to check out, Alex? Yeah, sometimes you get something cool. Other times it's like, this is stupid. What the hell is it doing? I feel like the more descriptive you are, the better it turns out. The end is never the cheese. It's true. It truly is not. Number 6. I think I just saw an achievement pop. Maybe not. No more stapler. Donkey Kong music? Oh, Baby Zone? That's a good one too. And they have something for Elden Ring? Really, Alex? That's super funny. Yeah, I'll probably look it up on YouTube if it's a weird glitch. It's hard to do. The Temple of Apple. Like if you go to an Apple store, right? Security notice. This office is under 24-hour surveillance. Couldn't even see my mouse. So now that we hit number 8, do I want to go into the game or something, Alex? Is there something to do specifically like in this iteration? I guess you could go to the... Oh, yeah, this is different. All right.
Hold on. What's this?
He kept saying he was not going to change any of the content, but that was a lie.
8. 8.
Now I see, Alex, why you kept putting so much emphasis on John. You got to keep mashing 8 on that keypad, because this wouldn't have made any sense if we did not have that one number that randomly said 8.
8. 8.
I got
The Stanley Parable 8? No. This doesn't look right at all. The Stanley Parable takes place in an office building. There are doors and branching paths. This is just a button that says 8. Where did the Stanley Parable go?
I love it.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
I don't know if we can drive our narrator crazy with this or not.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Well, I'm looking around and I really can't find the game anywhere. No boss's office or mind control facility or any of that. Literally just this 8 button. And what's worse is that you seem to be having a better time with this nonsense game than with the story I wrote for you.
Yep.
I'm actually a little insulted.
8. 8.
No way.
8.
I love the game he created.
8. 8.
Oh, that's really cool.
8.
Is it kind of like that dancing disco Easter egg that we found earlier?
8.
That was fun.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Well, I don't know what happened to the Stanley Parable or what the 8 button is, but apparently you're having a riveting time with it. And frankly, I don't even want to pander to someone who finds this enjoyable. So with that, I guess just go ahead and enjoy the Stanley Parable 8.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
I'm not sure how much more he'll do.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Nothing?
8.
No? I think they're done.
8. 8.
And that's probably it, isn't it, Alex? I'm guessing. Let's, what if we begin the game again? Oh yeah, it takes you right here.